Hello everyone, and welcome to this somewhat different stream today. I think this is the most nervous I've been for a stream ever. Because I really don't know how this will really go. Hey Fugi, welcome to the stream. Hey Tom, welcome as well. Hello Worcestershire sauces. I didn't know there's a Worcestershire sauce here, but welcome. How are you doing? And hello Elmo. How are you doing too? Well, as you can see from the picture up on screen, it's getting a bit different today. What physics we're doing today? Not necessarily much physics. I won't try to go into too much details because then there's a whole lot of stuff to explain. And then it gets really difficult. I want to give more of a broad overview of what I'm doing currently in my studies. And what's something of the biggest part of what I learned as well during my master. And pretty much, I would say 2/3 or so, maybe a bit more of it all, is about crystallography, because I specialize into that. Then I also have a bit of chemistry on the side and mineralogy and a bit of material science, but that's more like an addendum. Oh, Fugi, you just resubscribed with the Prime sub, but why did that not show anywhere? Anyway, thanks for subscribing, Fugi, and welcome being subscribed again, I guess. Yeah, it's like last time. I definitely need to look into that. Why are you bonking me, Tom? Anyway, I think this might be the wrong picture actually to start with. Let's go to this. This is similar to the instrument I'm using most often, or I've used most often. This is a so-called powder XRD. What that means is, obviously powder is a powder, and XRD stands for X-ray diffraction. And what that means is, maybe a prime sub is not fancy enough for us. No, a prime sub is very fancy. I don't know what to do. I have to look into that with the alerts. Thanks for the head pad and thanks for the hydrate, Fugi. Still same reason. I see, Tom. I see you've chosen not to watch analog horror. I have said before, Elmo, that I might watch it after what I have planned for Friday, so for today, because this was always the plan to do. Which is also the reason why I said that I might do it, and if I do it, maybe not so long, because I don't know how long this all will take. Missing the pirate juice. Yeah, the pirate juice might not happen so often again. Last time was a bit crazy in the end. No, but you understand that study is more needed than watching analog horror. Well, the thing is that I promised to do this some time ago, and today at the start of this week I decided to do this today, so I have to fulfill my promise. Hydrate on cooldown. Yeah, better to put that on cooldown sometimes. And we got the ad break running. Don't know who can still watch. Obviously Elmo on YouTube and Fugi here. He likes crystals. They are shiny and rare. Not every crystal is rare these days. I mean, salt is a crystal as well. And sugar is also a crystal. Steel is actually a crystal. Welcome to the stream, Fumo. How are you doing today? Did your exam go well? As I said, what we see here, this is a powder X-ray diffraction instrument. And the heart piece of the in the center here, you can find diamonds between 64 and 0 deep to make a diamond pickaxe. That is not the game we are playing here. Mostly 12, better chance between 12 and 0. We're not playing that game with diamond pickaxes here right now. Exam went well. That is good to hear, Fumo. Congrats on that. Oh well, maybe congrats are still a bit early, but good to hear that the exam went well. So what we see here in the middle is the place where we sample is usually mounted, and I think it should be good to actually have a picture of a sample to show you. Let's see where I can find a nice picture. And one class point paladin. I'm gonna do that real quick after I found a picture, because I just found one. And the class point. You have to choose something else, Fugi. I have to delete that, actually. I already have a Lightforged Draenei character, so that will not be done for now. Now I need to hide that. Paladin, we go 1. Actually, the Night Elf needs also to be red. Except for if it becomes a Demon Hunter. And Void Elf actually needs to be red as well. Please choose another race, Fugi. And thanks for the hydrate. I feel like I'm gonna drink a lot today. Anyway, time to show off the sample. This is not just the sample, but also the thing to prepare it with. You don't want any other race. Okay, then add another class for that race point you spent. Or will redeem. Void Elf I also already have, so that is also a question for now. So this is the sample prepared. This is like a flat disc with a hole inside, as you can not really see, but maybe guess. And this in the middle is the sample. It's usually prepared by, looks like makeup in the middle. Yeah, that's because of the color of the sample. There are two different kinds of preparation for the sample. Either you have everything like this and pour in the sample from above, and then you have to press down with a, usually with a glass plate, to condense everything so it can't fall out anymore. Because for the XRD, there are XRDs that work by rotating the sample, and it can be rotated up to 90 degrees. So if it stands upright and everything falls out, you've got a problem, because then first, your sample can't be measured anymore. Second, you have to clean the whole instrument. And third, the person responsible for the instruments will be pretty angry with you. So that's why you really have to take care by setting up the sample. Pouring it in from above like this is called the front loading technique. And if there's a front loading technique, there's also a back loading technique. And you can't see it quite well, but this disc on the top can actually be taken off. So we have this disc and like the rest of the sample holder. And this disc is put onto this thingy up here, with this side laying down. And then you put in the sample from the back of the disc, so to say, and do it the same way. Press down with a glass plate, pour in more sample, condense it until it can't fall out anymore, hopefully. The advantage of the backloading technique is that it is far easier to get an even surface. because you pour in the sample and then press everything against this surface here, which will help in getting everything even. With the front-loading technique, oftentimes you can't manage to get everything quite even and fill out little gaps here at the rim of the sample. So backloading technique is usually the way to go at it. And then you put the sample into the middle here. This actually does not have a proper sample holder installed right now, but this is usually in the middle, and here on the left we have an X-ray tube, which is not which does not contain a natural X-ray element. There's nothing radioactive inside. The X-ray tube works by shooting electrons at a copper plate and that process causing X-rays to be emitted from the copper plate. Those go through this tube here and then get redirected onto the sample. And on the other side here we have the detector. And the tube and the detector can both rotate on this goniometer, which is a bit easier to be explained here and with the following steps as well. So we have the X-ray tube, and there we have like the X-ray coming out. Then we have the primary optical components, which are used to how do I say that in English? They are used to make the ray monochrome, which means that it only has one wavelength. Because we want only one wavelength to hit the sample and then get diffracted. Because we want we need that one wavelength to have very discrete energy patterns that we then detect here. And that secondary optical component is oftentimes a filter as well, to filter out some other stuff we don't really want there. And also sometimes to filter out very high energy beams. You use similar technique in biology, Fumo. I see. Or biocaptor. Yeah. But I think you use I think that's more similar to a single crystal X-ray diffractor. I think, because we also learned in our studies that in biology, a similar technique is used to like identify proteins or stuff. So I'm not really well known about the biology side of things. So And the last important thing here to see or to talk about is this angle with this, which is theta, or we call it theta. Theta itself is the angle between the flat surface of the sample and the incoming X-ray. And the detector is always on an angle that is, or that corresponds to 2 theta between the diffracted beam and the primary X-ray beam. No, I didn't want to get into math too much, but I have to at least explain the Bragg stuff. Thanks for the hydrate, Fugi. I want to have total reflection or partial. The thing is, this looks like reflection, but it is not actually reflection, Fumo. We are actually talking about diffraction here. Let me see real quick where that has gone. There we have it. Aziland will need to pee a lot. Oh, Fugi, you're right. So what we have here is it's a very rudimentary explanation of how everything happens. These atomic planes are planes in the crystal structure. So you can imagine the atoms in the crystal to be layered, because a crystal has always a periodic structure. So we have these layers of atoms most of the time, or always. And the distance between these planes is called... No, actually this is not... yeah, it is... Actually... Yeah, it is real distance. It's called d, which is why we talk about d-spacing between the atomic planes as well. So now we have the incoming beam, which is shown here with wave 1 and wave 2, which are both the same, with the same wavelength. Same wavelength and same frequency, because they come from the same source after getting monochromized. Don't know if that is the right word for that. Because you can always think of a wave as like a block of waves. And this wave is right now coming in at an angle of theta against the surface, and is hitting a peculiar atom on this plane and on that plane And this atom absorbs the energy of the X-ray. And through physics, I don't want to go too deep into that, but if you had hit an atom with energy, the electrons usually get more excited and they then can emit their own kind of energy again, which will be emitted in another X-ray from the atom. Because that when the electron falls down onto its further spot and is not excited anymore. And then we have the outgoing wave that will go to the detector. This is why this is not really a reflection, even if it looks like that from a first glance. And now the interesting thing, and that is the very important thing for the diffractometer to work well. These discrete angles of theta cause the different planes to be hit by the waves at different times. However, if you look at it closely, the outgoing wave are parallel again. And that is because this angle is big, just the right angle for this distance here to be one wavelength. And so we have this extra distance covered by one wavelength, and then both emit the same wave again. And thanks for the hydrate, Fugi. You will make sure that I need to pee a lot. See? And because the incident angle and the reflected angle are not really... I should have chosen a different spot for this, because now it looks like this is bigger because of the arrows. But if you look at it closely, these angles are both the same. Which is why we have this 2 theta angle. So 2 matter, the prism and the sample. You have a diffraction at the surface of the sample because the diffraction index of the two are different. We're not talking about any diffraction or reflection indices or indexes. It's only the geometry that looks similar to reflection, but we are talking about a whole different kind of thing here. Oh, and what? I need to look something up. Yeah, for example, we have no deflection happening as it would happen if a light beam hits something and we have different reflection indices or deflection indices of the air and the matter. This is only interaction of the X-ray with atoms. So you can also always argue that every interaction with matter is an interaction with atoms. This is actually something that a lot of fresh students get wrong in their minds with comparing this too much with light reflection, because it really looks similar. But we could actually like put in a third beam that goes to a third plane, even lower down. And the thing is, this first wave goes through the first atomic plane without interacting with that atomic plane at all, because it's not hitting any atom on the first atomic plane. This dot here only shows the wave interaction with this beam line, and not an atom. The atom is sitting here. Okay, so put an atom at an excited level to release an energy to return to a normal state. Yeah, that's basically it. And that atom will then it's not completely right to say it like that. So long since I had to describe this myself, but I'm forgetting the fine details of it. Thanks for the hydrate, Fugi. Oops. So the basic thing is, we've got a wave hits atom, wave gets thrown into a different direction because of the atom. And that is similar to reflection. The incident angle and the reflected angle are always the same. It's also, this should actually say diffracted angle, because there is no reflection happening. Period. But as you probably know yourself, FOMO, scientists are sometimes very lazy. And if something looks similar, they call it similar, even if the underlying principle is totally different. So yeah, that's why we have to orient the X-ray tube and the detector always in a theta to theta like relationship. True, yeah. It is true about lazy scientists. Actually, there are two kinds of Bragg-Brentano. This also Bragg-Brentano it's called because we have the geometry from Bragg and Brentano perfected it a bit more to be used in this kind of instrument. We could have the X-ray tube fixed, but then the sample needs to be rotated. Then the sample would be rotated so that the incident beam would then come in at an angled theta, and the detector would be rotated even more to have then the 2 theta relationship. The problem about that setup is that you can pretty much, or you get some constraints in how far you can measure, because at some point the detector will run into the X-ray tube, which can also happen with this geometry where both move towards each other. But for that, you can, or this case, you can easier have a broader range of 2 theta angles detected. And now, no, this is not what I wanted to show. That's for later. Now, we are talking for this whole experiment about a powder sample. Why are we having a powder sample? Because we want a whole lot of crystals for a very good statistic. Because, like I've shown here, we have very discrete spacing between the atomic planes. And then we need the specific angles theta to have the reflection happening perfectly as we want it to. In a powder sample, or let's talk about it differently. If we have just one crystal that lies like this, it gets pretty hard to try out every different kind of, or let's talk about this differently. A crystal is a periodic structure in 3 dimensions. So we have in crystallography, we are not talking about X, Y, and Z axis, but A, B, and C. So we have some kind of atomic arrangement in the A axis, we have some kind of atomic arrangement in the B axis, and we have some kind of atomic arrangement in the C axis. Welcome back, Elmo. And sorry, there was a knock on the door that I had to respond to right now. So if we have one singular crystal that lays down like this, and we say this is the A axis, then we will only get information about the d-spacing in the a-axis. But we won't get any information about the b and c axis. That is why we do it with a powder, where we have a whole lot of crystals that are oriented any way you can possibly imagine. And so we have the possibility to have just one sample prepared, go through every angle between 0 and most can go up to 152 theta usually. Some even a bit further, but that's the most range that we can get. Usually you do between 0 and 120. And in that range, what did you send me there, Fumo? Yeah, that does look similar, but it's really a totally different kind. Oh no, you also... It's also about Bragg. At least there's Bragg down there in the link. It could... relay on the same Bragg geometry, on Bragg's law, but it's a different kind of area of research, but also very interesting. So where was I? Yeah, the powder sample. We can just run through every angle of theta, because at every angle we might have just the right of constellation of crystals somewhere in the sample that are just oriented right to like diffract the beam. You think you're too young to understand this, Elmo? Could be. This is, after all, stuff I did in my studies, and especially in the later parts of it, so starting at the 4th semester. But maybe you learn a bit of it, or see something that you think is interesting, and who knows, maybe some new kind of passion would be created for you from that. So that is why we take a powder, because then we have a huge statistic of crystals that get diffracted, or that cause the beam to be diffracted, and then we can get a whole lot of measurement data. And of course I have prepared some measurement data for you to see, which we have here. This is actually a powder diffraction graph of something I measured myself. Here below we have the range of 2 theta. As you can see, I've measured from not quite 0, because it's hard to measure 0. I started at around 3 2 theta and went to 120 degree 2 theta. And every single one of these peaks you see here is a discrete angle where crystals were oriented just right to cause the incident beam to be diffracted. And as you can see, usually the lower 2 theta diffract higher intensities, and the higher 2 theta usually do lower intensities, but even those can be used to understand what kind of crystal we have here. And maybe you might be asking yourself now, can't we do this for a single crystal itself as well? Because a single crystal is obviously also arranged in a periodic structure in all directions. And the answer is yes. That's what this thing is for. This is called a single crystal diffractogram, no, diffractometer, where we actually put a single crystal on this sample holder here. And by single crystal, I mean something very small. We are talking about less than or around a micrometer. Most of the time less. Oh yeah, micrometer puts it quite well. This is a huge annoyance to prepare. Because you have to glue a single, very little crystal onto a single strand of optical fiber. Not sure if you know optical fibers, but a single strand of glass fiber is very thin. And it's very difficult to glue a crystal onto that. You also use optical fiber and nano biocaptor. I see, Fumo. Have you ever glued anything on optical fiber? Like under the microscope with nail polish? Because actually nail polish is a very good glue for that in single crystal diffractometry. Yeah, it's a pain. It's really a pain. Your hands shake like hell. If you try to glue something onto a optical fiber under a microscope, everyone's hand shakes like hell. The first time I did that, I think it took me an hour to glue that crystal onto it. And that's not taking into consideration the 5 hours took me to actually prepare the sample holder. Because those are not factory made. Each lab most of the time has its own sample holder in the diffractometer, and then have some kind of technique to have a sample holder hold in place there, onto which you glue the crystal, because obviously you need to have something to remove in here. And in our lab we have a very little, not very little, but a small cylinder made of brass, where you have to stick through the optical fiber so it sticks out just the right amount of millimeter. You have to measure that yourself. Then glue that onto the brass. Then glue the crystal onto the optical fiber. We mostly use fluid as sample and microfluid chip, so it's easier than solid sample to analyze. That's true. We could actually also analyze fluids here with a capillary sample holder, which is thin enough to be similar to a single crystal sample. Then fluids could be used as well. Also, the single crystal fractometer in the lab I'm working in at university also technically has the possibility to cool a sample with liquid nitrogen from above. But that's like the fancy stuff. And yeah, so for this here, we have the same stuff that can rotate. Usually the detector can rotate, oftentimes it does not. No, wait, the X-ray tube does not rotate. The detector can rotate. Then we have this whole thingamajig here in the middle that can rotate in 3 different planes. So we can rotate this whole thing, like on this plate. We can rotate the crystal itself again around, and we can rotate this thing here on this axis, which makes it possible to rotate this little crystal in the X-ray beam into any which direction you could possibly imagine. And then we don't get a graph like this here. We get something like this. Here in the middle you can see something like a shadow of something. That is the beam stopper, which which is just used to stop the X-ray beam before hitting the detector. Because if the X-ray beam itself actually hit the detector would just go wide everywhere, because the X-ray beam is so much more stronger than every one of these little dots here. This is too hard for you to understand. Sorry to hear that, Elmo, but this is just a one-time thing. After that, I will probably never talk about my studies so deeply again. So please bear with me today. And yeah, each of these dots here is a beam that was diffracted by the little crystal with the very same geometry as this. Every little small dot shows a perfectly reflected despacing in the crystal. And this here is just for one particular angle. So you have to do this a lot of times, and you get a lot of pictures like this. Thankfully, crystals are oftentimes symmetrical to some degrees, so you don't need to measure the whole crystal, but can like measure a part of a crystal, and through the symmetry you can then say, okay, we have measured the right half of the crystal and the left half will be exactly the same. So that makes stuff a bit easier. Now, why are we actually doing this? This is the big question you might be asking yourself. And the answer for powder diffraction is usually we have a powder that we don't know the components of, like which crystals are in there, because it might come from some kind of obscure rock or so that someone found somewhere. And then we want to find out which crystals are actually in there. As for single crystal diffraction, that is more often used to determine the structure of the crystal. And even finding out to some degree which atoms are in a crystal. But I don't want to go too deep into single crystal diffraction right now, because at some point I have to explain quantum physics, and I don't want to do that too much. So, let's go back to the powder. And this is going to be a bit more quantum bun particle. Yeah, something like that, Bimo. This is gonna be a bit more on the practical side, because I will show some stuff that can be done here. So we have this pattern, and I already decided or made the background curve towards it, because we all want to also refine the background. There we already in it, we want to refine something, which thankfully the program does for us. Because doing this by hand is very, very difficult. So what we want to do now is trying to determine if some kinds of crystals are in here. There are tools that you can use beforehand to determine which kind of phases, we call them phases, the crystals or the molecules or things that can be in the powder. You can determine those beforehand to a degree of saying this is more likely to be in there or this is less likely to be in there. It always helps if you have some kind of previous in-look into what could be in there. For example, if you have something someone created and they say, oh, that sample only consists of iron, oxygen, calcium, magnesium, and copper for some reason, then you can just look for stuff that only contains or could only contains some of those. That makes it a far lot easier. And since I also created the sample, thanks for the hydrate, Fugi. I also created the sample myself. I obviously know what can be in there. And I wanted to synthesize a crystal, a so-called zeolite. Zeolite, the word literally means boiling rock, because it was first discovered of a rock that actually releases water when it was heated, which is why it was called a boiling rock. And zeolites are quite nifty little things, and I had to synthesize one of those. The zeolite I wanted to synthesize is called ZSM5. You can look up what that means yourself if you want to. It is a zeolite that is used in oil cracking. Like cracking long chains of carbohydrates into shorter ones. And I used and I kid you not, a recipe to synthesize this. There are actually recipes to synthesize zeolites online, which are also proven by other people. Still, synthesizing or cooking zeolites is still a bit of black magic because sometimes someone tried to do it, changed some stuff, and then it suddenly worked, but they weren't really sure why it worked. And in some cases, even today, we are not quite sure why it works like it works. You, when listening in class, sleepy. You, when listening to science stuff from Syra, shocked. Why are you shocked? Anyway, this zeolite is a... Shouldn't there be some... Should be some aluminum inside there as well, I thought. Was there aluminum? I guess there was no aluminum. Okay, we have silicon and oxygen, and this nitrogen and carbon down here is not part of the zeolite itself, but of the organic structure that helped build the zeolite. And for this experiment, we weren't really sure if the structure got washed out of the zeolite completely, so we decided to include that in the structure model to refine that as well. And unfortunately, I did not manage to synthesize a pure sample, so we also have this zeolite P or NAP inside as well, which is why we have two phases. And yeah, so what we do at first, we refine the scale factor. The scale factor is just a factor you multiply with the calculated intensities so that the peaks are hopefully the same height. This should work relatively fast. We can see here Rietveld kernel is running. Rietveld is the, or was the name of a mathematician, physicist who came up with a boatload of formulas to refine crystal structures against each other. And this works with a whole lot of parameters that can help calculate the right intensities, positions, and shapes of the peaks to make them closer and closer to the actually measured stuff. It's taking longer than I expected. So we might do not too many refinement cycles. What we see up here, the so-called R brag value. This is, or rather all these R values, can be used to determine how well our calculated model corresponds to the measured stuff. And usually we go by the R brag value. We want that to be as low as possible. Ideally 0, which cannot be achieved. But for this, we would want it to be around somewhere between 5 and 10. So this value being over 100 shows us that the calculated model is not that good right now. At least for ZSM5. Let's see how NAP is looking. That is better. So on the right side here, we see that the graph is going down all the time, which means that overall, the calculated model gets better and better. And we want that to like converge somewhere between here. Somewhere down here. So while this runs, I'll show you something else. This is a program called Vesta, and in this you can visualize structure models of crystals. And this is the structure model of ZSM5. We can rotate it any way we want to. And down here you see the crystallographic axes I've talked about before, A, B, and C, which correspond to the axis of the unit cell that we have here. We can also like force it onto one axis up above here. And this zeolite is basically a structure made up of entirely out of silicon oxygen connections. And here on the A-axis, we can actually see something very important or very distinctive of zeolites. Zeolites have these very big holes in them, or rings. And this allows stuff to go through there. We can see even better if I change the number of unit cells or cells to be shown. Now it kind of looks all over the place, but if I show it on the A-axis again, we get it like this. This box here was what we saw before, and this is all added to. And then we can see that these rings actually build tunnels that can go through the whole crystal. And actually there's also tunnels on the E-axis, not on the C-axis. And for the ZSM5 zeolite, these tunnels are what are breaking the carbohydrate chains. Because of this structure is highly reactive, but very specifically reactive. It is a catalyst. So you can imagine a chain of carbohydrates going in here, and because of the reactivity inside this tunnel, that chain gets cut. Some peculiar point, special point. And because it's a catalyst, the zeolite does not get destroyed by that, or to a very small degree. Can be reused a lot of times. That's the very fine thing about zeolites. And these tunnels are also the reason zeolites are called boiling rocks, because in natural zeolites, very often these tunnels are filled by water. And the water is fixated in here, or fixed in place in here. But if you heat a zeolite, the water also gets heated and can get free from here, and then actually can leave the rock. So if you have a rock that is has a high content of zeolites and you heat it, you actually get water out of there. You can also, here you can play around a bit as well. Use these polyhedra, for example. You can see that each silicon is in the center of a tetrahedron made out of the silicon and 4 oxygen in the corners. That's more like, that goes more deeply into the crystallographic stuff here that we don't actually need so much of. Let's see how brass is doing. So my software here. Okay, we have reached convergence after 13 cycles. And we can actually look at the plot. This looks a bit very wonky right now. To be honest, I'm not quite sure why that is. Leave this part here. This should not have happened. But it's understandable that stuff is crazy at the beginning. And that is why, after doing the scale factor, we usually go into the unit cell structure and refine the distances of the unit cell. Not refining the actual atomic coordinates, but just like the volume of the box that contains the asymmetric unit. The asymmetric unit being the smallest constellation of atoms in a molecule that then can be repeated in each direction and build the crystal structure. Hello, Adonai Garcia. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? If we refine that, it could actually become a bit better. But that might take a while again. Are there any questions right now? I'm sure there are a lot of questions right now. And I'm not quite sure I could answer every single one, but maybe there's something someone wants me to talk a bit more in depth about. Did not want a bot to appear here. Can imagine I pretty much overwhelmed most people with my explanations. Problem is, to go in depth and explain everything really well would mean to explain a whole lot of physics and math before that, which would make this even more difficult and harder to understand, I can imagine. And I only wanted to give a broad overview about what I'm doing in my studies. And this is really a big part of what I have done so far. I have done a lot of refinements. Because the neat part of it is that you can also get a somewhat good estimate on the percentages of how much of your phases are inside. Like here we can see that roughly 70% ZSM5 are in there and roughly 30% NAP. Back, Fumo, what did you miss? I am not sure. Did you see my explanations in Vesta? Don't remember hearing that. Okay, then probably missed quite a bit. This was the first refinement plot, which is still looking a bit really wonky. I hope I can work that out somehow. The second refinement step. As for Vesta here, I was talking about the zeolite ZSM5. This is the structure model of it. We have here in that box shown one unit cell of the structure model, and I have put 2 unit cells in each direction, so here as well. And I was talking about the very neat part about zeolites, which are these rings that are like huge gaps, huge in the sense of atomic sizes, into this zeolite, which is not just a ring in one plane of atoms, but through the periodic structure of the crystal, it gets repeated along the axis, and then this ring turns into a long tunnel. And this tunnel is where zeolites are very reactive, and for the case of ZSM5, this is where the long-chained carbohydrates gets cracked, so cut down into shorter chains. We actually have these tunnels in the A direction and B direction. The B direction is a bit larger. And these are also the reason zeolites are called boiling rock, because in natural zeolites, water is trapped in here. And if you heat a natural zeolite, that water gets released and hot rock gets wet, so to say. Let's see, this might be looking a bit better. And then Fumo, I also asked if there are any questions anybody has, or if there's something I should describe more in detail still. And the reason this takes so long that I totally forgot is that actually we have to, or the program calculates every single one of these peaks. Usually you have like one little line here at some points. This is already a lot. And as you can see here, this is just a solid block, which if you zoom in there, every single one of these lines is one peak that needs to be calculated. And obviously that takes a bit longer if there are more. And accidentally I chose a structure model that has a lot of peaks that needs to be calculated. Mostly understand the concept. That's good to hear for more. It reminds you when you have to let the program running for like 5 hours during the night and hoping that it doesn't crash. I've done that as well before. I have managed to do that, or I had to do that quite a few times. Especially here with this program. It can end relatively quickly if convergence is reached. Convergence being that the shift over the standard deviation gets very low. Which means that there's not much changing in the model. Then it can end after 10, 15 cycles. We're in cycle 7 right now. The program by standard runs 50 cycles. So yeah, I think I'm gonna stop the calculation and instead I'm gonna open the final refinement. Need to find that real quick. This should be it. Yeah, here we have it. This was my final refinement that I did here. As you can see, there are still a few kinks some places, but mostly this looks pretty good. This down here, the difference curve, right now it does not look so good, but that is something very usual because the difference between the measured values and the calculated values is much higher when or in regard to stronger peaks. So if we actually change the difference curve, yeah, this one was it. This one shows the difference curve in standard deviations. And then we see that pretty much everything is in the degree of 3 standard deviations, which is a very good measurement to say that everything is good. The big values pop out a bit, but that is also normal. And the refinement progress we can't see right now, but I think I reached a R brag values of around 5 to 10. I ended this. Here we can also look into which peaks are described by the different phases. Let's set this to a different color. Let's take green, so it's easier to see. So for example, we can see that these peaks here are only described by ZSM5, while these peaks here are mainly described by NAP and a bit of ZSM5. Which means there's overlap happening there. Thanks for the hydrate, Fugi. I already have my water bottle half empty. But yeah, that's the final refinement, and it looked pretty good. And here we can also now look into the quantitative analysis. Where we can get a rough estimation of how much of the phases are in the sample. And by weight percentage, we have around 97% of ZSM5 and 3% of NAP, which is pretty obvious if you remember that I wanted to synthesize ZSM5. That was my plan, and I unfortunately didn't manage to synthesize a pure sample. There's a bit of NAP that also got synthesized, but since the recipe was for ZSM5, that is the main thing that got created. So yeah, I think this is most of the stuff I wanted to talk about. I could definitely go into more details. I could go into a lot more details. But I think then everything would get really, really complicated. Are there any last questions before we maybe leave this behind us for today? No further questions from you, Fumo? Then I guess I did a good job explaining, or I was so bad that not even asking questions could help understand it more. Help. I shouldn't speak weird mixes of English and German. I'm still far off from being a professor. I'm not even sure I want to be a professor. I think I would not make a good teacher. Last year I tutored a boy in math, German and English, and I think I don't have the patience to do that for a whole class, to teach a whole class. I had to realize that I might be a bit too impatient with students or pupils, depending on their wish to learn. And I imagine that if I had a whole class of students and some of them just didn't want to learn, I would give up on them quickly, which is not the right thing to do. Yeah, that's it for my studies. I hope even if it was a bit difficult at times, you might have taken something from it, maybe learned something new. If you do have some questions sometimes in the next couple of hours or days, feel free to ask them. Why is the screen black, Elmo? Because I closed all the programs. Because talking about the studies is over now. And I guess I could watch an analog horror now. But maybe just one for today and then perhaps a bit gaming afterwards. All time to change the stream title. And let's see, which analog horror should I watch? What am I going to do now? I'm gonna watch an analog horror and then maybe play some games after that. Boiled one. Okay, let's... Boiled one by Dr. Nowhere. So, should be this one, I guess. And I need to stop the background music as well. Suddenly it's silent in my ears. Oh yes, you need audio as well, I think. Please tell me if you don't hear anything after I started the video. But I think everything should work, so let's get into this. Make sure you have the following in the vicinity: earplugs, a pencil, a sheet of paper, a standard Christian Bible open to Psalms 91:10. Earplugs is difficult because I wear headphones. Pencil and sheet of paper. I'll get that. Got my pencil from the sex shop. Anyway, let's see what I need to record here. I think I don't need that Bible. You don't need them in IL, but if you want, you can. Okay. Let's see how it goes. Just for a quick read, what exactly is the Psalm 91:10? Of course, since I'm in German Google, everything is in German here. No evil shall be allowed to befall you, no plague come near your tent. I think that doesn't help if you're not in a tent. So obviously, tent is a pseudonym for your home ground, so to say, or your resting place. That's less of a chapter and more of a singular sentence in a chapter. Like the 91 of the Psalms is like the chapter. This is the 91st Psalm, and this is the 10th sentence of that Psalm. Something unusual begins speaking in tongues, tangible to the naked ears. Insert your earplugs and turn your pencil and paper. Write the following on the page. I can see this paper, I can see my hand, I can't hear the screaming of thousands, I can't hear the feast. I am a moving, breathing human being on planet Earth. Yes, very good. Remember to write that. After that, Lee disappears. Oh. Now we also hear the Psalm 91:10. After these words are written, recite Psalms 9110 allowed. If memories and imagery of something unholy persists in your mind, pray. It's all you can do. Okay, they write it like dwelling here, which makes sense. In the event you are required to carry out these procedures, contact authorities immediately afterwards. You will be administered amnestics. Many appear to lead a normal life afterwards. I think you're most safe if you call your local bishop's office. Because, fun fact, even today, pretty much every Catholic, we called it diocese. Yeah, diocese, which is led by a bishop. Each diocese still has an official. I lost the word here. An official exorcist. Most of the time they definitely won't tell you who that is, but from a Catholic viewpoint, they have an official exorcist still in each diocese. So you know where to go when you hear weird things. August 13th, 2003, Tree of Heaven. In the late 1990s, a now classified documentary-based television program would debut from a local station in Pennsylvania. The program... I'm reading a bit too slow. The program revolves around woodland plants and animals and was primarily directed towards children. The star of the show and narrator would talk about the wonders of nature, the dangers of it, how to appreciate it, and most importantly, how to protect yourself from it. Thanks for the hydrate, Fugi. Unfortunately, in early 2001, the program would be taken off the air due to the host passing away. Then something odd happened. On August 13th, 2003, the 13th episode of the series began a rerun seemingly out of nowhere. The following audio recording depicts the beginning segments of the episode. Video footage taken from episodes 3, 6, 8, 10 and 13 of the program, courtesy of the Ephrata branch, all rights reserved.
Good morning, bushwhackers. Today we're venturing into the heart of the forest to find a plant that's as beautiful as it is deceptive. Poison oak. We all know about it, and here in Pennsylvania it's not as common, but still something to look out for. And here on we aim to uncover all the wonderful secrets that nature has to offer, no matter how minuscule or gigantic. So let's get going, shall we? Found primarily in deep North American woodlands, poison oak has many different names and places of origin, also referred to as the tree of heaven. Imagine that? In China and Taiwan, one of these invasive species made its way to America in the 1700s and took its ground here boldly. As many of us know, it's infamous.
During one of the interlude segments, an anomalous broadcast would hijack the program. This broadcast depicted videos of a red melted face that spoke to the viewer in a warm yet deeply disconcerting voice. This face and its properties will be hereby referred to be as Fan228. As Fan228 spoke, clips of footage and even live camera feed monitoring hospitals and bedrooms would be occasionally overlaid on the screen, obscuring Fan228's face. Though most remembered Fan228 speaking English, multiple non-English speaking viewers remembered understanding every word that was spoken. Yeah, that's always with the demons. They don't really have the need to translate, or they speak directly into your mind and you understand everything. The following clip is a restored recording of the anomalous broadcast. The duration of the clip has been shortened and the audio has been muffled, reversed and dampened. These alterations are absolutely necessary to suppress its hazardous attributes as effectively as possible. For maximum safety, watch with blue light glasses and insert your earplugs. I have neither of that, so I guess I'm going at minimum safety. That is some nightmare fuel. Now, for some reason, the only question I'm asking myself is, in the background behind that red guy, was that his hair or were those cracks in the wall? This broadcast will be hereby referred to as broadcast 813. Want to know what he said? Yeah, sure. What did he say? Kinda sounded like he said 3 a lot of times. His hair? Yeah, I thought so, but it would have been fun if he was just in front of a crack in the wall. Broadcast 813 was viewed by roughly 530 residents throughout the southern Pennsylvania area, and upon viewing left many severely distraught. He was talking about he will watch you while you sleep and protect you. Well, I guess that's not the worst. Personally, I wouldn't have a problem with a demon protecting me while I sleep. Aside from the discomfort and paranoia Fan228's television presence had brought to the viewers, there were other side effects that these viewers experienced that were highly unnatural. Many viewers reported not being able to keep the image of Fan228's face out of their minds. Understandable. Some even continued to hear its voice day after viewing. Okay, that's a bit more intense. But like, if you see something weird, that definitely just stays on your mind. And if you do cringe stuff yourself, that stays on your mind forever. Not that like protecting, yeah. Yeah, I imagine that it was not the normal kind of protecting. A victim who requested to remain anonymous claimed that the face was living in his brain and feeding on his spine. Another described trumpets playing in their ears before they fell asleep. Trumpets could also have been just an annoying neighbor who tried to learn a music instrument. None of these people knew that this was only the beginning of a whole new species of suffering that would never be fully understood. August 14th, 2003, the Great Northeast Blackout of 2003. After the anomalous frequency was detected by television station troubleshooters, the NERC was ordered by the Ephrata branch to have all power grids local to the state of Pennsylvania disabled by 4 p.m. to prevent further escalation of the anomaly and the public knowledge of broadcast 813. Thanks for the hydrate, Fugi. The outage ultimately spread to various parts of New York, New Jersey, Ohio, and even Canada as well. That little sad smiley face is kind of funny to see there, to be honest. Creating the famous Great Northeast Blackout of 2003. Almost 50 million people were without power, some not getting it back until days later. During the confusion caused by the outage, all traces of broadcast 813 were collected by the Ephrata branch and seemingly wiped from existence. Including news articles in the works from the morning after the broadcast, internet posts, recordings, and more. The cause of the blackout was promptly covered up and claimed to have been a combination of human error and the result of trees falling onto the sagging power line somewhere in Cleveland, Ohio. But the damage had been done. Aftermath. 12 days after broadcast 813 was blocked from the air, a historically massive influx of pseudocoma (LIS) occurred throughout the state of Pennsylvania, leaving 509 people affected and many families in shock. Pseudocoma is an extremely rare condition in which a patient experiences cerebromedulospinal disconnection, leaving them to be conscious but unable to move or communicate verbally due to complete paralysis of all voluntary muscles in the body except for vertical eye movements and blinking. This anomalous outbreak of such a rare condition was regarded as a spectacle by the US Department of Health and was put under governmental investigation immediately. One thing in common with all of these cases is that the patients had been at home watching TV the night the broadcast 813 was aired. You think it's one of the not so scary analog horror? What do I think? I think it's not scary at all. At the moment. It's maybe it's because there's just so much explanation and not really much video stuff happening that creates some kind of disconnection between you and the event. It would be different if this all was done in broadcast style or so. Yeah, Elmo, if you have another short one that is more on the scary side, please tell me. Though the victims of this outbreak were unable to speak, they were able to communicate through Morse code by blinking. More than 60 victims were interviewed. Many of these interviews held unavailing results that often led to more questions, and many others held results that required archival or termination. However, fairly late into the investigation, the Ephrata branch was notified of a particularly odd case revolving around one Job Samperini, an elderly victim of the anomalous pseudocoma outbreak. Choose one, two. Is that the name of the analog horror, or do you want me to choose one or two? Thanks for the hydrate, Fugi. Job Samperini specifically requested his alias to be used in future records instead of his real name, which will remain classified. Samperini was a war vet and fluent in Morse code, putting him on the mark as a potential interviewee as soon as the outbreak was put under investigation. Like, choose a number. You want me to choose either 1 or 2? Then we're gonna do it like this. Since it's a choice out of 2, we're gonna just throw it a coin. So heads is 1, tails is 2. And it's head, so I'll take number 1. After a very odd photo was taken in his backyard by his visiting grandson, his family became deeply troubled and convinced his house was haunted. This led them to contact a local priest in hopes his house would be blessed. The following photo depicts Fen 228 standing next to the small playhouse in Samperini's backyard. The photo itself was proved to be non-hazardous and safe to view, though still anomalous in nature. For most comfortable viewing experience, wear blue light glasses or view from a distance of 3 feet or more. 3 Little Pigs analog horror, but you need to warn me, this one has some blood and gore, and is scary for some audience. I think I'll be able to handle that. I'll put a warning into the stream title after this one for that then. Samperini claimed something horrible and unholy was with him, and would hurt him and possibly others if he described it and what it was telling him. Fun fact about this upside down cross here. Most people would say this is the mark of the devil, because in the Christian church the normal cross is the sign of God, and obviously Jesus, as he was nailed on the cross. The fun fact is that an upside cross is also the sign of Petrus, the very first pope, because he was said to have been nailed to the cross upside down. Because, if I remember correctly, he argued that he was not worthy to be nailed to the cross in the same position that Jesus was. So if you come into a house and see an upside down cross, it's not necessarily a sign of the devil. It could also be a sign that the inhabitants of that house are followers of Petrus. Following is a recovered, previously archived recording in which Officer T. Gomez of the Ephrata branch interviews Job Samperini.
Hello, Mr. I'm Officer Gomez. Hope you're doing well today. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions regarding your condition and possibly unholiness within your home?
Who the hell puts an outlet, and is that a light switch? Who the hell put those up there? Contractor who built this house should be fired immediately.
That your family had mentioned. Okay, first and foremost, did you notice any onset symptoms before you lost complete mobility of your body?
Probably some idiot.
Face.
There was a face. Thanks for the hydrate, Fugi.
When did you begin seeing this face? Interesting.
After I saw it on the TV, it never left
Many of
me.
the people who have seen the broadcast that you saw on August the 13th described having vivid and upsetting hallucinations. Do you think this is something your brain has created?
No, it is in the window. Oh, it's slowly crawling up there. Horrible burnt knot of Lord Christ. Christ.
Have you been having any hallucination aside from the face? I'm sorry to hear that.
He's screaming of many voices.
Constant? Thank you. You shedding light on this is helping more than you know.
I can see you. Wonderful day, the miracle of birth, a fetal fanfare.
Listen closely. Do you hear it? You will hear the laughter of thousands as the sky opens up. You will hear the trumpets play their happy sounds. The scalding blood of life will pour down onto us all. Together, we will be still. Together, a feast fit for a king. Together, melded by love and purest connection. Be still.
You can see the screen, it means it is not safe to continue viewing. The program will end shortly. Hello, the boy just wanted to say hello, but the door was closed. I see. Protocol Brevita 228 has been initiated. Perform the procedures given to you during the introduction portion of this video immediately. I forgot the proceedings. Some. And that's an ad. We don't need to watch that. Is it the first one here, Elmo? That one on top? Okay. Let me change the stream title. Okay, before we start this, I'm gonna take a quick dehydration break because Fugi has made me drink so much. So I'll be back in a short moment, and then we will watch Three Little Pigs. And as for after that, I guess I'm gonna play a bit a game. Not sure which one. I'm getting my... Yeah, I knew that would happen, Fugi. Yeah, I drank just now. Before I go, what do we want to play afterwards? Could either play Stellar Blade, World of Warcraft, Assassin's Creed Shadows, maybe Monster Hunter Wilds, or if there's something else you'd like to see, write it in the chat and I'll read it afterwards. So, see you soon. Dance Survivors. Never heard about this game. Is that a Vampire Survivors kind of game? Ooh, wrong one. Sorry. Hit the wrong button for a moment. And I'm back again. Wise sayings from random things, do what your heart says. That's definitely a wise saying, Elmo. Stellar Blade, maybe. Maybe. I Am Legion, Stand Survivors. It's a small but very fun game. I swear it definitely deserves the Riri approved seal. Let me look into that real quick. Yeah, it's one of those survivor-like. I can imagine it being interesting, but I would need to buy and download it first, so maybe for today something that I actually have installed. Let's get into the 3 Little Pigs. The 3 Little Pigs. Play. Loading. What did I think of the SpongeBob screen?
Once upon a time, 3 little pigs left their mother's house to build their own homes. The first pig built his house out of straw, because it was quick and easy. The second pig built his house out of sticks, which took a little more effort. The third pig worked hard to build a sturdy house out of bricks. One day, a big bad wolf came to the straw house and
It's just a family friendly.
Together without drama.
He don't need that ad. Is it family friendly like Watership Down is family friendly? Under
Hello,
1
I am the
gigabyte though.
first pig. I need to protect myself from the wolf. According to the story you heard, what material will I use to build my house? Straw, sticks, or bricks?
Draw! Hey, I was right.
Wow. Thank you so much for your help. Now the wolf won't get me.
This one is not family friendly. Well, Watership Down is also not family friendly if you have ever seen that. The thing is, Fugi is more about the buying part. I would need to look if I have that money. I know it's not much. Steam just said it's €10 for me, or roughly 10.
It's dark and cold out here. I better hide at home.
Ah, you buy it at Instant Gaming. Yeah, I could also look into that. How about Fumo? Do you want to make a poll on Stellar Blade or I Am Legion and possibly World of Warcraft or Assassin's Creed as well? You can easily make the poll a bit longer, like 10 or 50 minutes. 15, not 50. And then everyone here can vote on it. And if you'd like to, Elmo, you could also either write in the chat or drop by on Twitch for a moment to vote there. That's the wolf. I think it's the wolf outside. I hope he doesn't find me here. Picture though. That's a pretty solid door for a straw house.
Let me in, little pig. I won't destroy your house. We can be friends.
No, I won't let you in.
Sure.
Does the wolf only have one eye? So Assassin's Creed, WoW, Stellar Blade, and the one from Fugi, I Am Legion, Stand Survivors, or just Stand Survivors. He was shot. Ah, okay. Interesting. When was he shot? That looks similar to the boiled one. Looks like he lost one while running into the brick house. He has not yet come to the brick house, Fugi.
One day, a big bad wolf came to the straw house and huffed, puffed, and blew it down. The pig ran to his brother's stick house. The wolf followed, huffed, puffed.
Why did I start playing Libet's Delay? I don't know what Libet's Delay means, Elmo. Also, the poll for the game to play after this analog horror is up on Twitch. Ah, it's a song. And I don't know why they started to play it.
Hi, I'm the second pig. The wolf is coming and I need to protect myself quick.
Kumo's asking what does Elmo want to play after. So, Elmo, the choices are Assassin's Creed Shadows, Stellar Blade, World of Warcraft, or I Am Legion Stand Survivor. If you want to, you can head over to Twitch to vote, or you can just write it in chat. And we will then consider your vote on the final poll. Yeah, sure, you can think about it for a while. I'm gonna watch the video longer. The poll is up for quite a bit.
Quickly. According to the story you heard, What material will I use to build my house? Straw, sticks or bricks?
Sticks.
Wrong. Try again.
I didn't say straw. How dare you?
Wrong. Try again.
That sticks.
Wrong.
Can't be serious. Pause? Why should I pause, Elmo? Okay, you need me to tell me something about him. I also found it pretty weird for this guy to suddenly appear. He was the hunter, so the hunter of the wolf. That is something that should usually be explained in the video in some kind, I would say. He got killed. Okay, but that still could have been explained in the video in some kind of way.
Wow. Thanks for the help. I hope the wolf doesn't find me.
Part 2. Maybe this is part 2. Who knows? The moon looks so indifferent.
It's late. It's dangerous out here. I'd better go in.
Then there's a part 3. Is like each pick one part. So straw house pick is part 1, stick house brick is part 2, and brick house pick is part 3. And there's the wolf again. This is all one. Ah, okay. Who's there? It's your brother. Open the door, please. If it's really you, appear at the window. Thanks for the hydrate, Fugi. That pig knows what's gonna happen. Did it get roasted? Am I dead? That's my brother. If you can still ask yourself if you're dead, you most likely are not dead.
And to his brother's stick house. The wolf followed, huffed, puffed, and blew that house down too. The two pigs ran to their brother's brick house. The wolf tried to blow it down.
Please about Hansel. You're bad for him.
Save us, brother. We are all dead. You are your last hope. Burn yourself. Your house next to the wolf. Sacrifice yourself for us and for all the victims he made.
What is the worst? Like the big.
Hello, I am the third pig, and I need...
There's only 2 minutes remaining for the vote, so everyone who wants to vote on Twitch, do that in the next 2 minutes, or rather 1.5 minutes. And Elmo, if you have thought of a game, just write it in chat in the next 2 minutes or so.
To protect myself and kill the wolf. According to the story you heard, what material will I use to build my house?
Elmo chooses Assassin's Creed, so there's one vote or one additional vote on Assassin's Creed.
Straw, sticks or
Get it? Okay, Fumo. See how it's going there.
Wow. Thanks for the help. I hope the wolf doesn't find me.
Okay, that's the result I kinda expected now.
Can you find gasoline?
Right there! Gasoline!
Can you find a lighter?
Really not safe to just leave a lit lighter in the forest. You never should do that. I didn't choose. Yeah, I am alright with any of those games.
Dangerous out here. It's better to go inside.
I wanted to leave the choice to you all, but in the end, the vote was one vote for Assassin's Creed, one for Stellar Blade, and one for and Survivor. Choosing your vote now, Fumo, for Assassin's Creed. I'm not sure you can easily do that. Thanks for the hydrate, Fugi. Let's drink, everyone. So we aren't blocked. Well, I could also like throw a 3-sided dice or so. I know it's the wolf that's knocking. I better use the gasoline for my plan. Okay, I hope I can kill that wolf. Door is open. Come get me. the wolf won an overall the whole time? Die, you bastard. Now we get an ad about kind of weird game. And let us rest. Oh, the wolf has 2 eyes again. Where did the second eye come from? Okay, this is weird. I have been corrupted. Which did this? Thirst for revenge. I wanted to have a happy ending. What's left for me is to burn eternally in hell for my actions. I don't regret anything, I would kill more. I really like this. Gretel. Go after the witch and free your brother. Hansel's soul is not safe like the others. We can finally rest. We can finally rest. Going to lie, part 3 is where the people are smart. This is a piece of part 3. I want to know the lore of the wolf, watch Hansel and Gretel analog horror. Maybe at another time. That's long, maybe another time. Save intrigue like in a playlist. Yeah, I could do that. For now, let's you probably meant to say something like you can save it like in a playlist. Okay, now we've got this. I want to do that. Got the wheel. 3 choices: Stellar Blade, Assassin's Creed Shadows, and I Am Legion Stand Survivors. So let's see which one gets decided to play. I guess it's Stellar Blade. No. Fugi hoped for something else, I guess. Now I know what you watch in a normal day like this. I see. I can understand it, but game over for Fugi. But I'm not really sure that analog horror is something for me. Only weird had nothing to do with horror. Well, the wolf eating the pigs was somewhat horrorful, even a word. Can I ask the person on Twitch what their thoughts are on analog horror? Well, Fugi already said their thought. Was weird, nothing, not really that horror. And what does Fumo say? Fumo says not really Fumo's thing. And the wolf didn't even eat the pigs. Yeah, that's true. Even ate them. I need to change my stream title and category. What's a good stream title for playing Stellar Blade now? Does anyone have an idea for a stream title for Stellar Blade or playing Stellar Blade now? Also, thanks for the hydrate, Fugi. I'm gonna drink that in a moment. How long am I going to be live for? I'm not really sure. Definitely 1.5 hours, I guess. Maybe even a bit longer. Hey, Lucy, I say. Crucy, thanks for the lurk. Have fun lurking and enjoy the stream. Okay, we have Fugi. The idea Stellar Blade. Sadly, it's not Stand Survivor. Or playing Stellar Blade Watch Now from Elmo. That was my controller. Well, I went with Fugi's idea and added a bit to the end. Not a new game, we want to continue. I guess you read the title, Fugi. Well, we're back here. What kind of quests do we actually have to do? Also, I think I need to activate the redeem to change Eve's clothes if anyone wants to do that again. No, that's still up. Okay. Missions. Great Desert. I think that was here somewhere. I think I need to go to the wasteland for that one.
Oh, you're here.
I've been waiting for this.
Are you ready to leave?
Into the wasteland. Let's get a bit of training on the play style again before heading off for the main quest. Oh, so by going here we start actually down there. It's not too bad, but maybe I will port there. There's also what's up there. Telephone port. Is it telephone port or teleport phone? Fugi, you can't distract me like that while I'm fighting. Gonna drink after I finish this. Okay, time to take a drink. You can look at Eve in her bunny outfit. On the right way. Ooh, Fugi! Getting hot in here. Ooh, now it's getting colder after pulling the jacket off. I'm not sure if it's getting colder. I feel more like it's getting hotter. Don't have the passcode. Who didn't want to do that? Open the container with the passcode. I'm wrong there. Wait, that is the container. They have no passcode. I was exploring the wasteland to look for resources. I found a strange place, a ship smack. Way further. Okay, I think I need to find these spraying spots. I found one off already. Should be here in the data bank. Give the prayers. Yeah. That's what I need to find here. I'm not sure if they are all here. Yes, something interesting. Need to get side or over there. Yeah. Oh. Wasteland aerial. Should be around here, I think. Yes, maybe. Where could that crate be? So what's Wasteland aerial meant to be? Maybe these are riddles better saved for later. I'm gonna do this quest instead. Land, hidden path, grab plane, like aerial. Well, let's go to the other quest. It's so hot in here that you want me to hydrate a lot, Fugi. Stay away from the dozer. Need to go up. Oh.
Yeah, it's a rundown, drone-made building. But I still like it. I think the place should be empty. Let's head up.
Check that because I'm in combat. I'm out of combat. No. Big annoying robot. What's that computer telling me? Do not disturb. Beep. This is the private area of Digger. Please do not damage or steal any scraps. If you are here on business, please visit the closest landfill.
Yeah, that's a negative on the missing girl and the stolen goods.
Where is she?
Alright, let's investigate. We could ask the maintenance drone some questions as well.
Aaron's journal. Dad turned weird after he got this item. He's fighting over other scavengers trying to get useless stuff just because it looks similar to that thing. All the Sentinels hate him. I can't stand it. This thing's gotta be cursed. I would love to take it far away and smash the thing to pieces, but Dad thinks so dearly of it. I can't bring myself to do it. For the first time in my life, I wished I could be more cold-hearted. I'm going to take this thing to the container yard where it can't be found ever again. I'm sure Dad will give up with time and he'll stop obsessing over it. I just want things to go back to normal. Beep beep.
May I help you? Someone came here earlier, right? With a statue. Do you know where she is?
Little girl was here. She was going to bury gilt bronze standing Buddha. There
Buddha.
is container yard nearby.
Container yard. Got it.
That girl's nothing but trouble.
Well, at least I know roughly where she is.
What is she even doing in a place like this? Let's find her, and fast.
Where do I need to go? Okay, where's the container yard? That's where we need to go. Ooh, I heard someone.
Someone please help! Monsters are trying to kill me! Hang tight. I'm coming.
Coming, but I don't know where I have to run. See a little girl somewhere. Guess this is not the container yard. maybe up there? Was it big here somewhere? I'm doing everything wrong that could be done wrong. Is it there? Thanks for the lore, Kumo. Now it's showing. It really is up there. How do I get up there the fastest way? Perhaps like... up there? No, I can't. Let's try to find a way that's not the intended way. Unfortunately, there are so many invisible walls everywhere. I have to go the long way around here. Hopefully she's still alive after having to wait for me for so long. Third one. There's the girl.
Angel? Why are you here? I could ask you the same. Did you come all the way here to hide the standing Buddha? How did you know that? Long story.
I'm an angel, I know everything.
You shouldn't get rid of that. Why don't you talk it out with him? If you say so, I'll do it.
Yeah, this time we're gonna return to the client.
Arin, what on earth were you thinking? Surely you didn't.
Wait. It's not what you think. I think you should hear what she has to say first.
Ren?
Dad, this object is definitely cursed. You stare at this all day, mumbling, and you fight people. This thing doesn't protect us. It is breaking us apart. We used to be happy without it.
Darling hanging around there.
My child.
So I tried to hide it away forever, but eventually I
That could be.
brought it back.
Giant donut.
You're right, my sunshine. I should have known you'd never take something from me without good reason. I'm ashamed of myself. I'm so sorry, Aaron.
Dad.
Angel, will you take this? You can either keep it or throw it away.
Okay.
Now I get the Buddha.
Thank you.
Thank you, Angel.
No problem. I just want you and your father to be happy, okay?
Okay.
What can we actually do with this Buddha? Mission items. Hollow and makes a rattling sound. Good to know, but can't really do anything with that. With your godly Elmo. Oh, what happened? Okay, we can either look for the butterflies or do the main quest. What would you like? Searching for random butterflies in the wastelands or doing the main quest? Maybe main quest as last stream was more side content. Yeah, that sounds good. Lyle's General Store. Here's this Lyle. Can I buy stuff from him?
Angel, you're always welcome.
We have outfit.
I opened the store again thanks to you. Stop by and...
What can you sell me? Only books. Get them. Light of a colony. The light that shined ever so brightly has gone missing into the darkness. Colonies light the glorious time of the universe. So what if we can't go back to the past? We will not be sad. We will remain in this world and sing for the mother. Angel accepting shed tears. When the sorrow of the day the sky collapses forgotten, when the wisdom of a mother is buried in the debris, when those who were left behind are no longer remembered, and when survival, oblivion and despair become as one, angels shall descend from the sky. For a better world, inequality, oppression, immorality. There are many things in this world that cannot be solved by a single free will. I will combine them all with Mother's fear and banish them with our unified wisdom. That's how our faith was born. See, do you get something nice for increased affinity?
Angel,
Ooh, we really do
is at your service.
can get new patterns. Our innovation for the betterment of humanity, and the betterment of humanity is our way to innovation. Raphael Marx. Do you see the moon? The orbit elevator can be seen right below it, though it may look like just a little stick from here. Raphael Marx. Scavenger Iron's second note on the Eve protocol. I must say, the Angel's memory was conveniently lacking a few important details. She didn't know a thing about the history before the final war, and about the humankind, about the old humankind. Is it because she's a weapon who doesn't need to know more than what's required for her mission? Well, then they are not exactly great weapons if they keep failing their mission. All those meaningless deaths and failures. At this point, I really wanted to ask Mother Sphere herself what in the hell she's been doing the past few decades or so to perfect her magnum opus, the Eve Protocol. May your memories live on forever. May we find salvation. You don't think that's just Mother Sphere's bullcrap? That report. Mother Sphere's wisdom and power enabled her to read the future, and she told her readings of the future to her followers like an oracle. I tried investigating her zealots, looking for evidence in order to uncover the truth, yet I failed to do so. However, I eventually made some progress, which I leave here to aid my fellow truth seekers. Find the hidden cave in the Great Canyon, and the secret cave in the Great Canyon. Find the forgotten chapters of Trial there. It's like there's something hidden in the canyon. And even more.
Aren and I have been hard at work to keep this place going.
You want to know who we are? We don't just think. We create a new way of thinking. We are your companions. We are your friends, lover, family. We are always by your side. We march ever onward towards a brighter future. Nothing is impossible and nothing limits us. Eidos Company, the leader in human innovation. Okay, we can get 2 design patterns here. Which ones would you like? Black full dress? Daily denim? Junk mechanic? Or daily biker? Black full dress. Yeah, that one looks really nice. And daily baker. The baking biker. Alright, we got 2 more dresses unlocked. And now we need to get out of here and continue the main quest. Let's see how it's gonna go.
We'd better take the alpha signal meter over to the tetrapod before heading out to Matrix 11. Oh, look!
Oh, we still have not enough material. We can't unlock them yet. Oh, if someone would want me to wear them, I could buy the materials.
Oh, you're here.
I've been waiting for this.
Are you ready to leave?
All preparations are complete.
Finally! Looks like the time has come to test out the alpha signal meter.
Yes, and if it functions as intended, things should be a lot easier. All right, let me take you to Matrix 11.
Let's go! New zone! Fugi made me drink so much I'm drinking all on my own right now. Check here. Great Desert Crossing Exploration Team advertisement. Zion Great Desert Crossing Exploration Team is heading out to its objective. If there are any late participants who've come to join the team, please turn back to Zion. No, I won't turn back. But I'm also not here to join you. I guess everything is cool. Where do I actually need to go? I need to talk to them. No, they're not. I mean,
Of course, the tetrapod doesn't have any air conditioning. I'll pray for the safe retrieve.
Come back to the tetrapod.
oh, there's a solar tower there. That's the way out. Obviously. Was it possible I didn't find that sooner? No matter how many times I see it, Eve's double jump is just really cool. Maybe I should have looked into that room first, but I didn't expect the elevator to actually work.
The building is old. Most things don't even work.
The elevator works for some reason.
Ground facility. Is it some kind of bunker?
It became one, yeah, but it was a subway station first. The subway moves people around the city using a web-like system. Or, well, it used to do that. Alright then. Let's go get us an Alpha Core.
No, first I'm gonna get up again. I want to check out that room. It's the men's toilet. Last theorem of an unknown. I have discovered a truly marvelous truth about the colony extinction. The real traitors in space. However, I won't record it here. I don't have enough RAM. Okay. Is the real traitor Mother Sphere sitting in her space station? Rapting humans to become Natibar? And making all the other humans become her loyal subordinates by instilling fear in them.
Lily, can you locate the core?
One moment, please. I'm rebuilding the map data.
I'll go inside first.
Boom. Something interesting here. Oh, you can up here. Chest. That's why you should always look into everything you find. Some new earrings now.
Watch out. This place is open. Structural integrity might be compromised.
That's some new enemy. Little creeping octopus thingy. Lots of tentacles. We all love tentacles. Transport delay notice. Network is currently down for unknown reasons. All train service has been suspended for your safety. Please ask our staff for more details. Please wait in the train or at the station where it is safe to do so. We are sorry for any inconveniences this may have caused. Prior Technology Matrix Metropolitan Railway Company Limited. Nothing of interest there. Nothing of interest in here.
Why don't we keep that door open? We don't know what might happen.
You can open that door. Opening doors is always good.
Looks like they used to work here. Let's take a look.
Employee 38's memory. Hello? Is anyone there? Can someone please answer? Damn it. Did everyone get wiped out? I can't see. It's too dark. Jeremy, right? I'm glad you're safe. Wait, your face.
Hold on. I heard something.
Oh. Kinda reminds me of that one Rick and Morty episode. That hit badly. I need that. I need to defeat that thing separately as well.
We'll probably encounter more of them soon enough.
I hope not.
Is it just you, or did my fit change? You mean my outfit? Yeah, I was forced to take off my jacket because it got hot in here. How did I miss that crate? Passcode or breaching? Those weren't chests. Go through there. Do this with style. I will probably always forget to defeat the second enemy right away. Ooh. Crap, forgot to... let's revive. Need to spend that WB pump. We can get there pretty quickly. That guy is forever dead. Good to know.
How about you go up and take a look around?
Now that was rather easy. Feel even more godly, Elmo. What happened? Ooh, Omnibolt. Legionnaire 547's testimony. I saw something unbelievable. My dead comrades came back to life, but they were no longer human. There were tentacles coming out of their faces. Those monsters were controlling the corpses like marionettes.
Eve, oil drums rolling around here.
This definitely didn't work out as planned. Different kind of thingy. Skull Gunner. Oh, like I said, I will definitely forget to defeat those little tentacle thingies. Better level that was scary cause it's in pitch black and you have to find an animatronic and send him back and you have to restore power. I see. Yeah, I can understand feeling godly after finishing a very difficult level. And in VR as well. Congratulations on that. Ooh, there's a hive, I think. Let's go in here. It's a little hedgehog.
Here as well.
Yes, there are traces of survivors that lived here.
I wonder how long it's been since the sound of a piano echoed down this tunnel.
We got a new pattern. Daily knitted dress. Down here, I think. Nope. Nowhere. We can't look at it yet. Can't look at it. Ah, that one got roasted. Explode!
Slowly took over the train.
Legionnaire 569's recollection. We chose isolation to keep out danger. We made rules, reduced waste, and supported each other. However, a number of earthquakes brought death upon this place. Monsters began to invade through the cracks that were created when the ground started to collapse. Ooh, little robo. Something nice, robo. Tumblr expansion module, that is good. That's the good stuff. You lost 2 in other games. Well, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Sometimes something weird happens and you can't really manage to recover from that. Ooh, that's a big one. Oh yeah, don't forget to defeat the little one. I hate the little ones.
This place looks safe. Let's rest for a bit.
Let's take a rest here. That's of interest here. And that's it. Can't go over there, so I guess I have to go here. Okay, that was that was unexpected. So path cleared now.
Close one. Too focused on treasure.
Do you mean close one? I died there. And yes, I was focused on the treasure. That was an evil trap. The game devs definitely knew what they did there. Thanks for the hydrate, Fugi. Been over 5 minutes since my last drink. Sure, you're pretty happy that I halved the price for hydrate. Oh. Why do I need to go? Oh, why not here? Ammo? I mean, it worked out well in the end. Let's check here as well. Wait a moment. Isn't this the path to... Yeah, it is. What is that? Drone upgrade material. But we don't have a crafting station here. We could also get here real quick and see what this burning car has left for us. After killing us once. Also way here. Maybe this actually is the right way. Imagine a monster looking through your window, staring at you, just black and eyes. Happens every night. Legionnaire 552's advice. The 80 bars know no fear. That's why they never back down. Fear is something that's awakened by the ego. 90 bars aren't living things, as they don't have the ability to experience fear. So don't ever hesitate to kill them again. Matrix 11 landfill.
Let's store the code. Careful not to lose it.
It feels like it's a long way off the landfill. Is that really where we already were? I need to check. Yeah, this is the hedgehog. Okay. It's really down here the right way. Why is it so warm? Probably because it's summer. Summer a year ago was just rain. Well, everything can change over the years. I'm gonna drink that after this fight, Fugi. Let's hydrate. My first water bottle is nearly empty. Employee 33's determination. When the elevator stopped and the door opened, shining light poured in. The sunlight didn't melt my skin, it just felt warm and nice. This is the door to paradise, I know it. I have to inform the undercrew of this surprising discovery. Okay, I guess I need to somehow open this door. Does this work? Apparently yes, what's the hint? Okay.
The landfill.
There are a lot of them.
Assess the situation before engaging.
So we're gonna go down here. Well, like this. Have one enemy out of the way already. Second one follows now. And yet, now it's only one more left. And that tentacle thingy. Which revived another one. There was still others alive.
That was tougher than expected. Are you alright?
This is nothing. Let's open the box.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna stream tomorrow. And the passcode Alpha Gamma Delta U Beta Delta. No, that's a Sigma, isn't it?
It's a fusion cell. There was a fusion drive upstairs. Shall we go?
Am I gonna stream tomorrow? I'm not quite sure yet. Most likely I will stream with someone else together. And we will play some kind of multiplayer game.
I can finally see the light. I can also see some tough-looking nativas.
Leave it to me.
Legionnaire 507's regret. I'm just a burden, useless, helpless. Everyone has to protect me. I want to get stronger. I want to be the one to protect the people I care about. Oh yeah, the tentacle thingies. Oh, what irritates you, Elmo? Your fan is so loud. Well, that's usual for fans. New body core. Good. Need more HP. It's in place. That looks like some kind of boss battle or event battle gonna happen. Let's see, there everything is skilled. There we can't skill anymore. Stunning the enemy is also nice. You know the song Terrible Things? No, I don't know that song.
Eve, map data restoration complete.
That's great. But the road ended.
The core signal is leading to the road up there.
Then let's find a way up.
Wait, you're really going there?
Maybe not a boss battle area. Chest.
sure about this. One wrong step and it's over.
Especially in high heels.
Eve, whatever you do, don't look down. Aw, come on.
Oh, I looked down. Something interesting there. Was there a small robot just now? Where did he vanish to? Oh, there it is.
I see a rope.
I guess I need to get back. It was enemy. Am I tired but want to stay awake? I'm not really that tired, I have to say. I did get a bit more sleep than before last stream. So that definitely helps. I don't really drink coffee. I do have my sources of staying awake juice. Alright, let's go up. Could have ended dangerously if I didn't hit the rope. Okay, there's a way up. There's a way here. Somewhere. Money. There's something back there. Bitcoin. 3 Bitcoins. Good stuff. You're interviewing people who use your products.
I have a bad feeling about this.
There's no other way. Stay close to me.
Oh!
Ooh, this is looking interesting. Yeah, I mean dangerous.
Are you alright?
For the hydrate, Fugi. Gonna drink as soon as this is over. That I don't miss my quick time events here.
Let's go. It's collapsing.
Journalists, what do you think of our product? Person 1, it works, but the side effects are hallucinations and no sleep, but that where it's for. That everyone. Ouch.
This way.
Was a close one.
Damn it. Run.
What? I thought I did it.
Let's go. It's collapsing. run! That's enough excitement for one day.
That was close. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. For me? I could get used to this.
I guess we need ammunition.
It's a supply.
Let's take a break this time.
Orca, future from above. No, I'm not bored, Elmo. New tumbler enhancement. And the last gear socket. The daily knitted dress also looks nice. So we can one of these. Maybe daily knitted dress or black full dress. Shotguns. And more slugs. Do you guys say daily knitted dress or black full dress? Which one should we get right now? From Splatoon 3. I don't know Splatoon 3, but orcas are, well, a long time thing. Black full, says Fumo. Anyone else want to pitch in their opinion? Otherwise I'm gonna buy the black full dress, or rather unlock it. Black uniform of the airborne squad. When the glorious day comes where we fulfill our mission to take back Earth, we can make our triumphant return in this outfit. Hopefully. Thanks for the hydrate, Fugi. And let's take a rest.
How far are you from the Alpha Core?
Hey, don't push me while I'm operating.
I know you're taking a break. Are you sure this is the right way? Maybe I should be in charge of navigation.
How about you do your job, and I'll do mine?
All right, stop it, both of you. Let's go.
They get along so well. Open sesame.
Train graveyard. Another tremor.
Let's go.
Wait, slow down.
Didn't even start running yet. Why are you panicking? drop anything. Annoying monster. No, you don't get that. Oh, that one's still alive. You're going to sleep? Sleep well, Elmo. Have a nice sleep. Good night. I think I was supposed to take the other one. Okay. That's how it goes. An easy one. Way. There's some kind of way as well. Loot. Not quite sure this was the right way. No, it definitely wasn't.
Hey, look outside for a moment.
It's desolate.
I miss the days when Zion was crowded.
Really desolate, but also kinda beautiful. You're really shooting out those hydrates, Fugi. Do you even have any channel points left? Make sure Hazeline is drinking enough. I'm drinking more than needed. Now that's the first one taken care of. That one has a big blade. Big bad blade. Didn't expect that. Ooh, there's a buffer. It's already the second bot today. I can't go. Yeah, from there. Maybe there's something interesting back there. Nope. Yeah, it's really annoying, Fumo. Can't make that jump, I think. Body or beta core? Beta core.
Lucky us. I spy a supply box.
Yeah, a guarded supply box. Attacks are somehow so slow I can't really parry them. Oh, but we got some nice stuff out of it. It was worth the hassle. Okay, let's get this. You're just sitting in front of the Hydrate Redeem and waiting for the cooldown to end, Fugi. Body or beta core? Beta core, we get an max beta limit increase. Ooh, it's a body core. Oh. That was not planned. Alex's memory. Susan's condition is getting worse. Looks like her body cell is running low. We have to replace the body cell before it's too late. Pablo, I'm sorry, friend. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can I fight that thing from up here? No, of course I can't. After all the tentacle thingy. Hi 80s. welcome to the YouTube side of things. How are you doing today?
There's a road up here. And a camp up ahead. Let's stop.
The stream 18 plus? Yeah, I would say so.
Hey, wait. Did you hear that sound up there?
Yes, I heard it.
Here, let's go to the camp first. Doing fine. That's good to hear. This is my chance for that ambush. Take rest. Health back. And then probably fight Big Boss. Yeah, if you're 15, you might should leave the stream. I hope you have a nice day or night, wherever you might be. And feel free to come back in 3 years or so. Bye. That thing looks evil. Oh, wrong direction. Thing's called a stalker. Two more perfect parries. Can just pull off a perfect parry. I wasn't sure that blink worked. Ah, wrong direction. Again. Ooh, that went well. Yeah. Okay, that went badly. And the blink worked perfectly again. Work. Now for the grand finale.
Fantastic finish.
I don't think this was the alpha. Mid-boss. Or was this actually the alpha? Successful perfect dodge, blink or repulse charges burst energy. You can use charge burst energy for burst skills. While holding R1, press one of those buttons to use a burst skill. Burst skills can be acquired from kiosks. After successfully activating counter or reflection skills, press triangle and circle to perform an additional attack. I'm gonna drink after reading this. This additional attack is considered a burst skill and consumes burst energy. It can be acquired from the survival tree. Okay, that is nice. I think this was not the... Ooh, we unlocked all of that stuff. Ooh, burst. We're only missing one skill tree. Oh, that really was an alpha. I thought that would be just a mid-boss. No, it wasn't an alpha. It really wasn't a mid-boss. Elite Nativer. I'm wondering here. I need 4 alpha cores. So 4 alphas are confirmed to be here. Then I think the Elder will be here as well. But what is the 6th needed for? Most of the time in games like these, enemies have a reason to exist.
A train on top of the left. This doesn't look easy either.
Let's go up and take a look.
First take a look around. See if there is any loot. The passcode. Which I don't know.
Well, this is awkward. Maybe it's related to the train.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's related to the train. We need to search again. That's the first time we're gonna search this. But there's nothing to see. I thought there might be some kind of way to rotate the train and see it in different kind of view. What? Can I jump onto the train? I feel like I don't need the hint yet. There it is.
The exit's on that side.
I think I need to clean off that blood or so, what is there. And then we rotate it like this. Oh, there's a little robo. Like expansion module. Now we can hopefully see it from here. Just barely. Is that an R or an 8? I think it's an R because it's like not round at the upper left corner. That should mean 7 to R5. Yes. And we got a camp waiting for us.
I'm detecting a core signal coming from below. I'm thinking we're gonna need to cut through the sewer system.
Another sewer. I'd like to avoid getting wet.
What's so sewer about this?
On top of the sewer system. If you don't like it, we can always find another way. What was that sound?
That noise, it isn't normal.
Yeah, definitely didn't sound normal.
Airborne squad channel.
Natiba shouldn't be able to hack communication lines.
Huh? That sound and the negative pattern from the Alpha Core match.
What the hell? What exactly is happening down there?
We'll have to find out ourselves.
For the hydrate, Fugi. So let's see. First unlock the teleport point, then get the attack power enhancement. Look into the kiosk. Change some skills. Okay. It's all getting more difficult. Just need to remember that if do a reflection. Pretty much if I perfect dodge and do something, I need then to press triangle and circle together. get all these skills that we can try them out at some point. Let's take a rest.
That sound. It might be a survivor from the airborne squad.
All right, Lily. I'll hurry.
Lily, I need this communication line.
Oh, meanie.
What? You were the one that interrupted.
Stop. We've got to focus.
I think it's more likely that it's not a survivor of the airborne squad. More like an airborne squad member that got simulated or corrupted by a Natibar. Became part of it, or maybe turned into Natibar. Because I really have the feeling that Natibars are corrupted humans. Legionnaire 514's memory. This is Sector 9. The bastards are coming through the sewage line. Unable to carry out the entrance blast operation, the scouts have not come back yet. There's still some time, just give me a little more time. Yeah. Nope. Apparently not.
This area.
Wow. This place looks complicated. We're going to have to take that elevator up. That's how we reach the exit. We can go left, or down that ladder. Should we take a look at that path first?
Take care of this guy first. Yeah, now you forgot that thing again. Okay, we need a passcode for that. Maybe that guy has a passcode. False memory. Don't you worry, Jamie. Everything will be fine. I'll free you from all your suffering. Once your soul leaves your body, it goes to Mother Sphere. Now, close your eyes. Okay, this turned bad. I'm really not sure if I should continue to thank you for the hydrates, Fugi. Anyway, I'm gonna drink. Ooh, haven't seen one of those in quite a long time. Oh, that's the passcode. Somehow you wonder yourself too why I always thank you for that. Well, it's just in my blood to thank you for remembering me to drink something, so to say. I mean, originally I set up that redeem so that people can remind me to drink. And sometimes I do forget that. I didn't set it up to be abused like that. But as long as it's possible to to redeem it every 5 minutes. Possible. I can't stop you. So I will probably thank you all the time for remembering me to drink or making me drink. I want to live. I don't want to die like this. Jesse. Thanks for the head pet, Fugi. Jesse, Paul, Norman, Harry, Daisy. Haziline is such a good girl. Thank you, Fugi. Thanks for your love.
We'll have to get this moving to go upstairs.
I'll look for the fusion cell.
Who else thinks the fusion cell is in that passcode secure chest? Oh. Oh, there's so many. Any left? With chest. We got a new design pattern. Daily mascot. Alright. Epsilon, Kappa Alpha, Kappa Delta Z. Alpha, Kappa, Delta, Sigma, whatever that is in that weird squiggly. I think I knew what that one was once.
Found it.
Yeah, that fusion cell was in there. I knew it. I wish I could slide down a ladder like that. Well, at least I got that one before it assimilated the corpse. Okay, that does nothing. Where to go? Left, right.
There's water flowing.
A floodgate in the sewers.
We just need to find a way to open this door.
Not sure it's a good idea to open that door if there's water behind. Norman's advice. It was different in the outside world before the war. You had to pay for your crimes if you got caught. Down here underground, if you get caught, you die, even if you're innocent. Those monsters don't care. Never let them catch you. Thanks for the hydrate, Fugi. Yeah, the first bottle is empty. And the second bottle is empty. Is close to being empty as well. But there wasn't really much in it. In the beginning anyway. It's not a bother. I would have drank the bottle anyway. So if you want to, you can just continue. Won't get any feed, you little tentacle monstrosities. Here first. The little drone. Everyone is waiting for Mother Sphere's salvation, but the lives of my allies are the most important to me. It's coming. The Vtuber is coming, the monster is coming, they keep coming. There's only one way to survive. This drone must get its job done. We have to hack the floodgate to let all the water out. I'm not sure the small drone will be able to get it done. I'm so sorry. No, I'm sorry to the drone since it did drown in water, but we have to survive first. I waited for salvation and Mother Sphere. Mother Sphere helps only those who help themselves. Ooh. Press the button. That can't be rotated. Can't be rotated as well. Okay, I'm gonna lose this one. Yeah, that works. Lead it.
Hear that? Sounds like water.
It's that path.
Let's go back.
Oh, I can't look inside there. Ambush! Been a while since the last one. Oh no, you don't. Oh, you did.
Well, it's flooded. I expected as much. Can you get to where the hazard lights are flashing?
More swimming.
What do you have against swimming, Eve? Swimming is nice.
It's like we're just going around in circles.
Don't worry. I'll keeping track of our steps.
Is there? Let's see if the boss is waiting behind this door. And the rotten labyrinth. What kind of thing is that? I'll see you soon for more. Take care. In Sesame.
This one contaminated a non-living thing. Are the Vtubers going through a change?
Scar's warning. An announcement from the undercrew. We'll be reducing the quarantine section as of midnight today. If you attempt to leave the section, please note that you will be purified without warning. Does not sound so nice. Daisy's memory. Contamination is in progress here as well. What the hell are these things feeding off of? Isn't it moss? No, take a close look. I'm sure you've seen this hard, dark, reddish skin somewhere. Yes, you're right. This is a Vtuber. It's a perfect match. There definitely is something unusual happening. Should hurry back to the undercrew. Huh? Bonnie, what's wrong? Saw me. Okay, that went badly. Far to the last point. Oh, I can climb up there. Treasure chest. Ambush into the butt. Around. And it's done. Robot here. There it is. What do you have for me, little friend? Passcode. Lambda, Beta, Kappa, Beta, Delta. Welcome back, Fumo. Who do we get? A beta upgrade or HP upgrade? HP would be nice. It's a beta. That is nice as well. Why can't you hang on that? Okay, there's nothing left here.
I'm afraid we have to give up.
No, we don't have to give up. I'm not quite sure where I am anymore. I think there's only one way. Jesse's memory. Listen up, Sam. We're not safe. These bastards are waiting for us to go back to the undercrew. They're keeping that distance on purpose. You don't want to lead those monsters to the undercrew, right? Close the door once you've successfully lured them. Then head right back to the undercrew. Don't wait up for me. You know that I'm the fastest in the crew. I'll catch up to you, don't worry. Yeah, didn't seem like that worked. Doesn't seem like that worked. The robot. Do you have for me? Tumbler upgrade. Only one more.
Yes.
You happy?
Feel like I'm gonna be attacked after this is opened. Yeah, that's exactly what I expected. Guy really sat there like,
That was bad of me.
I'm just waiting for you to open my treasure box. Okay, we're back here again. That opens those doors. Let's get up there. Mary's memory. Today is February 14th. I know because Sophia gave me a present. Long ago, there was a custom of giving gifts to one's beloved on February 14th, and they called it Valentine's Day. So today is February 14th. I miss you, Sophia.
I can feel warmth from this place.
There's evidence that survivors were once here.
Oh, but that one's not a survivor. Leona's advice. What kind of place is the outside? Dark. Everything is dead, except for those monsters. Secret city of survivors doesn't exist. All a fairy tale that adults made up to give hope to children like you.
What led everyone to stay in a place like this?
All I know is that we're the only ones here right now.
That I can probably not open. I can't. Want to go in there. Yeah, they killed me so often.
How long do you think they were trapped here?
Do you feel sorry for them?
Stay out of this, Lily.
Okay, that went far better than I expected. Anything of interest here? There is. Crevice. The small line that was below my feet gaped into a large crack that swallowed me whole. It was the loss. Mother Sphere was gone. I knew that I would never be able to see it again. A doll, a guitar, a kid, a small dinner party, even air, water, and the network traffic. No longer desire any of it. All of these have been taken by the darkness. What's the purpose of my life anymore? What do I have to believe in? Okay, for that we need a fueling cell. And I guess I will get them here somewhere.
Groups of survivors were set up here. From the looks of it, this place has been abandoned for a long time.
Then, why do I feel warm?
Well, let's take a look around.
That medicine for sun disease. I found it.
No, I will not travel to the bulletin board. Z's diary. It's already been 7 years since I hid here from the monsters. This place is no longer safe, but there's nowhere else to go. We're going to end up dying here. I heard a rumor about a city where survivors are hiding. Only I could go there. Little robot. Don't upgrade material. I'm pretty sure I need a passcode for this one. I already have it. Yeah. Lambda, beta, kappa, beta. What's beta? Yeah.
You said this was a piano, right?
Yeah. Music was an invaluable source of comfort for people here.
Susan's warning. No need to fear death. Death is just the beginning of a journey to become one with Mother Sphere. Nonsense. It's a load of bull. We were left to die on Earth. There's no journey after that. When we die, that's that. End of story.
I think someone slept here.
Not a good place for sweet dreams.
Jay's memo. Where did Mother Sphere's grace go? All lies, 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 lies.
A doll without an owner.
It's old, but it smells nice.
What a curious thing to say.
Rest for a moment. And we got an ad break coming up, so I will do a little dehydration break so that Fugi can fill me up again. So see you all in a bit. Thanks for the love, Fumo.
It's a place to honor the dead. They're still waiting for the salvation Mother Sphere promised them.
Forgot to activate my microphone. Well, I'm back.
I want to send the memories left here to Mother Sphere. That's where they belong.
I'll help.
Me too, me too.
Thank you, both of you.
That's really a lot of memory sticks up there. Chapter of Trial 1, Beta. Dear Mother in the heavens, please forgive all of our sins. Take us in your arms and lead us not to temptation. These chapter of trials are really scattered all across the different zones. So that one quest is really not so easy to do. Jake's speech. We struggled so hard to survive, even when family or friends died. We fought without giving in. We can now see the end in sight. We are exhausted. Our will to fight is all gone. Now it's time to end this pain, this sorrow, this despair. Another done.
Like a Matryoshka doll.
Matryoshka sewer.
What are you saying?
Finally. That one with an ambush as well. Another one that just screams to get ambushed. I feel like I was supposed to go that other way, but this felt more intuitive. Yeah.
Things keep getting worse and worse.
Maybe we're getting really close to the source. Maybe we'll even get to defeat the Alpha Natiba today. Depending on how well it goes. Prince's Testament. The screaming has stopped. Everyone is dead. The undercrew is no more. Ooh, body core? More HP for me? No, it's beta core again. I thought that would be a body core. Maybe there are more beta cores than body cores in the game. Yeah, this looks like getting to the source. Kill it. Kill it in my bunny butt.
Over there. It looks like this old generator still works. This is how we operate the lift. I hate things like this.
Why?
You've never seen movies? This is a classic trope.
Yeah. Definitely a lot of fighting waiting for us here. Just open this. Lots of gold. Let's go down. Let's fight at least 4 possessed enemies. Okay, this went far better than I expected.
Let's try using the lift again.
Good thing I really wailed on that hive. Didn't get to spew out many tentacle thingies.
That's a little too quiet.
A little too quiet. Let's make the music on. Let's turn the music on. Tentacles will return. Daily Force also looks nice. Daily Mascot as well. We can actually craft one. Which one do we want? Equal suit we also don't have crafted yet. I see. This one. Which one to craft? Melee Force? Melee Force it is then. Rest for a bit.
So, about that noise we heard on the Airborne Squad channel.
Yes?
I analysed the pattern, and the noise translates to kill me.
Ooh. Yeah, it's really an assimilated Airborne Squad member.
The contamination. I wonder what it means.
Alright. Since we're fighting an Airborne Squad member, we need to get into good fighting gear. Maybe captain suit.
Over there.
Tentacle Lord. Of course, hit me with a third one. Burst! Not work quite much. Angry. Stuff is burning here. Guys, I expect some kind of jump attack. Oh yeah, I have pumps to revive. Really getting clobbered on in this fight. Heal. Spawned.
That was close. That was a tough opponent. Eve, you okay?
Yes, let's continue.
Now let's go back first and upgrade the weapon. And maybe rest to get more health recover thingies. And nothing is burning anymore. Find it a bit sad that there's only one weapon. Yeah, that is really a bit sad. I would have at least liked to have some kind of weapon skins that you can put on them, or maybe the weapon would change with your suit. That could have also been cool, I imagine. Something down there. Pink. Ah, can. Big baguette to whack the enemy with. Ah, something like that. Okay, that wasn't planned. Wait, is up here. There's another crate. Do I still get Omni Balls? I have all the gear sockets locked. Unless there's maybe something else to use them on later. We can activate camp here. I don't know why that camp is here already. But really, the last one isn't so far off.
A lift route without an actual lift.
What?
Oh, nothing. It just has bad news written all over it.
Yeah. I can understand what Adam means.
Been flooded with water.
Again?
Well, there are worse things this place could be flooded with. Imagine this being flooded with acid. We wouldn't really be able to get anywhere. Interest remains.
Let's try scanning.
There are 3 gates, and a bunch of other things.
Actually, a big hive. Barnacle. Tentacles! Those were 3 tentacles sitting on top of each other. What were they doing there? Another Tumblr expansion module. I think that's enough to run the Tumblr again. There's the recording or something. No. Serial.
Just forget about the broken door for now.
Don't want to forget about the broken door. Oh, that's gonna explode. Oh, that yellow paint really stands out. You mark stuff.
How come you don't like swimming?
I don't really know. I guess it just makes me think back to when I was born. Aren't the waters here on Earth usually contaminated?
Well, it isn't great for our bodies. Just the thought of cleaning this drone is making me dizzy.
See, there's some nice stuff there. I think I'm gonna go to the next camp and then maybe stop streaming for today. Didn't expect the Alpha Natiba to be so far off still. It is getting a bit late. One I need to try still, which probably will also not work.
It's blocked. We need a security code.
That's good. We'll give this place a proper inspection.
You seem to be enjoying this.
Didn't you notice during your scan? This is storage for valuables.
That's definitely a body core. Can get up there. Yeah, body core. More health. There's something. There's a can. Ozer Ale. Bet. Drone upgrade module. That's nice. That is probably with safety inspector or stuff like that. New Lambda Delta Kappa Alpha.
Now let's go.
Already? How about we look around a little more? Just a little.
I mean,
Oh, we have looked around
what's
a
the point?
For this kind of
lot
work,
already.
research is the bare minimum.
New. Got the rest. Lambda Delta Alpha.
It was a waste of time.
A waste? Can't say it was entirely useless, though.
I don't care about that. I just want a bath.
Yeah, I'm not sure if maybe the boss is waiting there for us. I'm gonna look into that room. At least once. If the boss is there, I'm gonna fight it. Legionnaire 516 memory. They gave weapons to children. One of the scared ones burst into tears. Poor kid was taken away and never heard from again. Are we even trying to fight monsters anymore? Or are we becoming the monsters ourselves?
What?
Okay, now it's starting. Yeah, it really is a trap.
You okay?
I'm fine.
He's collapsed. Run!
Why the hell is there light like this? Who designed this place?
You alright?
No.
Hey, look up! Jump! Well, gotta love a challenge.
Ah, that really was a challenge.
This place. The air's different.
That definitely did not went well. Not go well. What? There's a robot. Don't upgrade stuff. That's good. The music is telling me that there's definitely something sad waiting for us. I really can't stop now.
How about we take a breather?
We're very close to the Alpha signal. It looks like the Alpha Natiba is just up these stairs.
Eve, look at this.
This is a second Airborne Squad legacy.
Now it's getting interesting.
Maybe we'll be able to finally solve the mystery of that last legacy.
Wait, hold on a minute. Playing it here could provoke the other Natibas. Don't worry. We'll still have time to check the legacy after retrieving the Alpha Core.
Yes. For now, we should focus on fighting the Alpha Natiba. I'll hold on to it. Let's go.
Okay, it's gonna happen. I'm gonna fight that Alpha Natiba. Maybe learn something more about the Airborne Squad's legacy. And eventually something about the Natiba itself, of themselves. Thanks, Fillmore. I'm gonna do my best.
What is this place?
This is an ancient water purification system.
This is the source of the contamination.
It's an ancient water contamination system.
Yes, we're finally here.
That looks weird. But waving stuff on that platform. I thought I would die there. That would have been embarrassing.
Look, there's something hanging in the air. Looks like a human. I think they're alive. What should we do?
We have to save them from the contaminant.
What's that noise? No way.
Taki. How are you here?
Is that really Taki?
The Alpha signal is spiking!
Eve, that's enough, Natiba.
Yeah, it looks like Taki.
No. There's no way.
What was up with that helmet? Holy schmoly. Use the pump. Oh, she's angry. Oh, getting worse. This is looking bad. Now she can fly. However, her hair is still in perfect condition. Whatever that Vtuber did to her, it keeps the hair silky and glossy. And 3 more perfect parries. Holy. Come here. I don't want to fight you in some kind of corner. Okay, well, let's do it like this. There were times I wasn't sure I would manage to do this. Kind of feared there would be another phase of this boss fight.
Yes.
Eve, the subjugation is being lifted.
I've been waiting for this moment.
Now, you can rest.
Yes. My Eve. Thanks for freeing me. I have a favor to ask of you. My memories. Mother, Sphere. Can you send them to her? Will the memory stick be destroyed? Because it's already contaminated.
No, it won't be.
In that case, I'll be floating among the stars to space.
Taki! I promise, Taki. May your memories live on. Forever.
Holy cajoli, that was intense.
An airborne squad member who themselves became an Alpha Nativa. Is this the work of the Elder? Could I take a look at her memory stick?
What are we gonna see now?
Here.
It feels different from the Elder Nativa. I can dimly make out the image of a Nativa bearing black wings.
Black wings. It's the one that attacked Taki and me. It has to be. But why?
I can feel the hatred, but I cannot feel the source.
Why? Why does it hate us?
It's not unusual for Nativas to find themselves at odds with humans. But this...
Can you locate it?
It is not yet within the scope of my personal link. The same goes for the other Alpha Nativa. 'Nativa. 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 '
Right then. We'll need another hypercell.
Where should we go this time?
This time, the hypercell is at the easternmost reaches of the desert, Abyss Lavoir. This one won't be easy either.
Let's hurry.
Yes.
Well, even company might hurry, but we won't. We'll just get to the next save point.
Experience, it is not an easy fight.
I'm aware of that. But I
And
promise,
I'll end stream for the day.
and I will make it pay.
That's the kind of mistake you can't make twice.
What? What did you say?
Nothing. Let's just prepare ourselves to go to Lavoir. Come to the safe house when you're ready to leave.
I'm gonna come to the safe house to save there. Why, it's the safe house. Lots of new quests. But that's also fun next time.
Eve, I've been waiting for you.
Do you have good news?
I do. Well, I finished customizing the Taki device. So, you can now use Taki's weapon and skills.
Ooh.
Really? I didn't think that kind of thing would be possible. That's amazing, Lily.
Getting a new weapon.
I've been happy to see this. Good work.
Taki mode. With Taki's memento Taki on plate. Use its powerful skills. Taki energy is charged during battle with enemies. Attacking it or defeating enemies charges more Taki energy. Press L3 plus R3 to enter Taki mode when Taki energy is full. Taki energy depletes over time after entering Taki mode or when attacked by enemies. Taki mode ends when all Taki energy is depleted by pressing L3 or plus R3 again. Note that beta or burst energy does not charge during Taki mode. Also, you will be unable to damage the enemy's balance. Okay, I guess we got only a temporary new weapon. Anyway, that's it for the day. That's Taki mode. Quite a lot already unlocked. I hope you all had fun. I really had fun with playing Stellar Blade, and before that my study stream. Which was somewhat all over the place. But I really didn't know how to go at it. And only while doing it I really realized what I should have prepared. But that was the first and probably last time. Study part was really enjoyable. Thanks for that, Fumo, but you might be the only one to have enjoyed that. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow. I'm not quite sure what I will stream, but I will stream with someone else. friend of ladies to ask if we want to play something in multiplayer. So we'll see. So as always, wherever you might be, have a good night or day, and see you tomorrow. Bye bye.